It's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Think Tank. So good morning, Christy. Nice to see you, Jersey lady. So are we going to find out by noon, you guys? How long is this going to take, do you think? Good morning, Ruthie. I am so ready for this verdict. Do you guys think noon? Is it going to happen? The courtroom has not even, there's no cameras in there at this point. So I'm hoping that it clicks on because it's always kind of cool to see what's happening behind the scenes. And we know that the jury has to get together in the courtroom before she sends them back out for deliberations. So I am ready for this. Good Lord. Ay. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a pop around and see if I can find anything that is showing the area, what's going on right now. I'm just gonna take a boo. Looks like some people are watching movies. Okay. No. Not a damn thing, guys. Hey, Darren. No. Good morning, James. Hello, Pam. Come on in. I am so ready for this. I was talking to Dingo and I was like, this cannot happen fast enough. I don't want to hear Bevan Lawley's voice anymore. I'm so done with them. So, Darren, is that happening today with Wade Wilson? I haven't been following it. I have been, it does. I have not been following it. I've been so busy with Karen Reed and the cases that are still going on that I haven't taken a look at that one. It's taking me forever to get through all the documents with Madeline. And then there was some more documents that came out yesterday with another case that I've got to take a look at. So let's see here. Yeah, this trial has taken forever, right? Good morning, Dandy. Oh, Lordy. I'm hoping that this happens fast. Oh, I think that probably depends on what state it's in, I think, Darren. You know, each state is so different, it's hard to keep up. Yeah. Okay. Yesterday was the jury's decision. Oh, Christy, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Good morning, Carrie. Oh my God. Right, James? 29 days of what if any felt like 10 years. Yeah, that's very nice. Thank you so much. That Wade Wilson is a horrible guy. Yeah, they obviously gave oh, Dingo. There you go. Welcome back. Yeah, he didn't look like the friendliest guy, that Wade Wilson. He's the one, didn't he have kind of like the stitched up, well, the tattooed that looked like it was stitches or something off his mouth in Florida. I don't know if I don't know if the judge can overrule. Well, they can, but I don't know if it's commonplace for them to overrule a jury's decision. Is that right? Well, see you later. Dingo. Oh, is that right? Was he a big guy? Is he a big guy? Yeah, I'll take a little bit of a peek in and see what's going on with that. Learn a little bit about it for sure. Good morning, Carrie. My one little chinchilla, it's so funny. She's in there, or he's in there, just kicking his house around, flopping his tail like it's just not getting into the spot he wants it, I guess. They mocked Deadpool. So I'm not sure if the jury is still waiting for Bev or not, because we're not getting any kind of a feed from the courtroom right now. So maybe they won't do anything until the jury's made a decision. Good morning, Harley. Good to see you, friend. So yeah, here we sit. Hola, guys, hola. They mocked Deadpool. Is that a movie? I thought. You know what? I think everybody's had enough of Bev. Oh my God, that woman. Holy. Yeah, between Lolly and Bev, they exhausted me. It's like, oh, if I never hear those voices again, it'll be too soon. Let's just get this done. I know to a lot of us, it seems like an easy verdict, but you pop around to some other streamers, and some of them are just absolutely guilty. So I guess it depends. Oh, really? Is bailiffs the bailiffs for the Wilson case had to be a minimum of 6'4"? He's that big of a guy. Whoa. Brutal. Oh, no. No, thank you. Oh, was he? I seem to remember something about that, actually. Oh, it was something else, James. Just what a trial. What a trial. And it blows me away that Lolly took 8 weeks and really did not make his case, as far as I can, in my opinion, okay? But you got Jackson and his team up there, and they had just a very, maybe 4 or 5 witnesses, and he made complete sense. It all fell into place. Where with Lolly, it was just like throwing up confetti and see what lands first. Oh, lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy. That woman. And just you think of how crooked these cops seem to be. And you wonder how many people are put away that aren't the actual bad guy. Yeah. Oh, lordy. I can't believe they prosecuted this case after the independent reports from unaffiliated experts. Wasn't that something? Oh my God, that guy straight up the wall and gone. Oh, wow. And with Bev, we've got a total different crab walk. That was something else. To be yanked out from underneath a log by his head by a great big dog. Oh, that was quite the thing. And he didn't make it that far. They were looking further ahead than he'd even made it. Those are kind of fun to watch, to be honest with you. I like watching the hunts. Cavalcanti. It does make you kind of wonder how this case was actually uh, how it came to trial. It just doesn't seem like there was enough. I remember that. Yeah, you were the first one in, and it was going crazy in there. Yeah, in a good way. In a good way. So I guess what I'd like to know right now is I'm staring at the banner of our pool stream, and it's still on its cover page, still on its thumbnail. So does that mean that's where it's going to stay until we get a verdict, or does that mean Bev has not made it to her courtroom again? This has been a malicious prosecution. Karen should sue those involved. It's a criminal conspiracy. It absolutely seems that way. The amount of witnesses that really seemed sideways. Did you read about the twist in the Murdoch case now? I don't know. I might have to look. I was actually watching that on Netflix last night. Yeah, Dingo. Welcome back. So yeah, what have I missed, Darren? Fill me in, fill me in. I like twists in cases. Murdoch case. Let's see if I can. A Southern Scandal. So is this about Buster and he's suing the butt off of all sorts of people? I don't know. I think it's for defamation, but I don't know how that'll work. I'm just taking a boo here. Is that what it is? Buster? $40 for stealing from clients and his law firm. Not to mention unaliving his youngest son and his wife. Good Lord. Netflix is accusing Buster of deleting the Smith boy that was. Now Buster has filed a lawsuit. Yeah, like he has filed a few. It's like, oh, Buster is playing with fire. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Oh, okay. That makes that he doesn't want to answer. Hmm. Do you think that Buster was involved with him? It wouldn't really surprise me if there was a romantic involvement there, but I don't know. So what do you think? Are they deliberating, guys? Ah, yeah. It definitely strange how Stephen was found. Absolutely strange. And I can't remember. It's been a little while since I fell asleep by the time it got to Stephen. So I'm gonna have to go back again. But I can't remember if anybody placed him at the scene. I know that his uncle showed up and allegedly showed up and was offering to give them free free lawyers and what have you. And be okay. Maybe that's what I'll do then. Okay, I'm looking for a stream. I'm not finding the stream. Would you be able to send it to me, Dandy? Okay, I am looking to see if I can find it. What? Give me a second here again. Hmm. Just give me a second here. I'm having some technical difficulties. Hmm. What the hell? Hmm. Okay, what the heck is going on here, guys? What? Jesus, Lord Murphy. I am working on it. Well. It seems I can't get that one right now. Um, I'm having problems with one of my apps. Okay, Derek. Looking forward to seeing you again, my friend. How come I'm having problems, guys? Technical difficulties. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to continue to work on this because I'm not liking it. Is it? There we go. That would not surprise me. It's going to be an interesting. I'm going to continue to work on this while we're watching. You're welcome. Oh, lordy, 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 guys. I guess I got some fixing to do when we're all done with this. I'll keep my eye on what's going on around us as well. It's the number one fan. Okay.
We're back in session. You may be seated. Judge, we're back on the record on 22-117. I believe we have a question from the jury.
Yes, it's simply, good morning. The jury is kindly requesting to conclude deliberations in time to board the bus at 4 p.m. A juror has a long existing scheduling conflict. So I'm just going to simply say yes and send it back.
Yes. No objection. That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Scheduling conflict. Wants to be out by 4.
All right, can we mark this, please?
Triple P for identification.
Thank you. Do you want the envelope? All right, thank you. We will send it back in with you, Officer Delano. Thank you. All right, all set?
All rise, please.
Okay. Scheduling conflict, wants to be gone by 4. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's hope that let's hope that they're way finished by then. Is that the same fan? What's going on? Well, let's hope. Let's hope it all gets rectified. I'm really hoping that wasn't a sign. But is this the same fan, or did we switch courtrooms now? Because that looks like a different fan. Yeah, you could very much be. Very much so. You think so? I sure hope so. The one juror has a scheduling conflict, so has to be gone to catch the bus by 4. So it could be positive. I'm not sure what to think. Same fan, different angle. Okay. That was my number one mystery so far. I was hoping that they were just going to show up and go, okay, well, we decided last night, so everyone can go home. Lolly, here's your handcuffs. You can put them on yourself, you silly duck. Here we go. Follow me to the pen. Well, I guess the jail first and then the pen, right? So wouldn't that be something if the FBI just kind of swooped in and said, you guys, crooked AF, let's go. But if someone's found guilty, hypothetically, and then the feds swoop in and say, you know, everybody is absolutely crooked here, does that give her an automatic retrial and everybody else that's been under this jurisdiction's thumb for however long? It's been a while. I bet, yeah, Bev will be happy to have her humongous courtroom back. What a waste of space in that courtroom. And then you got this tiny, tiny little room here. Let's do this while we're waiting. Let's
We're
go
back in
on.
session, you may be seated. 22-117.
All right, so why are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments the court indicated it would make a verdict.
Oh, no.
Not made.
Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you retired and you needed to think about it was you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges
No.
under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Mr. Yannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't, Your Honor.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right.
I don't see
Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise to the court, please.
What? What? How does that work? How does that work? Oh my God. I'm a little shocked here. What do you guys think? They do not have an option on their jury forms that says not guilty, which would make me think that I had to check off one of those boxes. Bev's a little snotty today. Oh, and you think this is funny, Miss Reed? Yeah, we're done here. Oh, and Bev strikes again. So let's watch this again. Oh, my bad. So this is just showing us what just happened.
Are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments the court indicated it would make a.
Oh, no. Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
You said before you were tired and you needed to think about it, was you agree that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges under count 2?
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Mr. Yannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't run.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right. Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise to the court, please.
What? So that's what just happened. What do you guys think? Who missed it? Oh, Lordy Bab. Let's check this out. I'll show you guys what it was like.
Intense interest in this case. Check out this view from our Sky Ranger. This was just a couple hours ago. It's difficult to see, but that's Karen Reed and her lawyers walking while surrounded with dozens of cameras and reporters. And beyond that, hundreds of Reed supporters wearing pink and others coming to either protest, show their support, or just see the circus for themselves. Joining us live from court is our Eli Rosen.
Isn't that something, you guys? It's like, holy crap.
With a closer look at just really how much attention this trial has gotten, Eli.
And Priscilla, as those jury deliberations continue upstairs at the courthouse across the street, there remains a crush of people out here. In fact, you could see some of them. They line an entire city block. You're looking at Court Street and High Street here outside the courthouse in Dedham. This crowd has been here since early this morning. We've been talking to a lot of them, and each of the people you are seeing right now have a different reason for being out here. Go.
Give her a little bit of space.
As the jury started its deliberations inside, Karen Reed leaving court this afternoon.
Check that out. Oh, scary. I wouldn't want to be in the middle of that crowd.
To a crush of people and media.
We're all supporting her. We're all supporting her.
It's an immutable responsibility.
For most of the day, Reed supporters, and they numbered in the hundreds, huddled around laptops and phones, listening intently to closing arguments, capping this weeks-long trial. Though at times, things getting heated, adding to the suspense and tension outside of court. Sky Ranger showing all the people from above. A sea of pink, a color Reed backers say shows their support. Many in this crowd have been here for almost every day of testimony, burning through vacation and sick days. They say it is that important.
These people come here on their own time, on their own dime. They make their own signs. They make their own T-shirts. They do this for the love of our country.
And after all of this, those who say they are now personally vested in what happens. So they wait to see what comes next.
A not guilty verdict's coming back. I mean, the evidence showed it. I mean, and anyone following this case from the beginning saw the truth. I think this jury is going to come back by the end of the day. I have my hopes.
You see a flurry of activity here and people chanting. That is because Karen Reed has left a holding area where she has been since the jury went into deliberations, and she's crossing the street.
In a holding area. That must just be a spot where they can sit, because I don't think they're holding her.
You can see the crush of people here and the people chanting as she continues to make her way from where she was holding into court right now. We don't know if there's any developments that have happened that have warranted her coming out, but you can hear the cheering that is accompanying her as she continues into court. We're live here in Dedham. Eli Rosenberg, NBC 10 Boston.
All right, Eli, thank you. Be sure to stay with us for the very latest on the Karen Reed murder trial as the jury.
Isn't that something, you guys? Isn't that something? Let's see here. There we go. #1 fan. Let me see what else I can find.
It was a trial unlike one we have ever seen. A college professor charged with murder that turned into something quite different. A case filled with public outcry, protests at the courthouse, allegations of witness intimidation, and an absolute storm of opinions all over social media. This is the case of Karen Reed, accused of purposely backing over her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her Lexus SUV and then leaving him to die in the snow. She's charged with murder, but she didn't just plead not guilty, she proclaimed her innocence on the courthouse steps. Then, hundreds of members of the public joined her cause, accusing police of framing Karen Reed for the murder that another member of law enforcement committed. Accusations of a cover-up and corruption followed.
Back in session, you may be seated. Judge, we have a question for the jury. It's been marked QQQ for identification.
So, question, can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? So they can request it, but they can't get it. So I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We'll figure that out. I'll get some language from you. But Mr. Jackson, after our hearing this morning, I considered what you said. I went back and I read the jury instructions I gave yesterday. So I do appreciate the concern about the confusion this might cause the jury. I think it's easily clarified with the supplemental instruction. I don't think it's the verdict slip. I think it's how they're to follow the verdict slip. So what I've written up, this is a very rough draft. I'll read it to you. I'll take a break and let you consider it if you want. And this works out. I received this, 15 minutes ago, and I've been the question from the jury. So it seems a good time. So I was working on this. It seems a good time to bring them in for an answer to that question. And I would say, as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict as to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. The lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proved all 5 elements or proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and has failed to prove all of the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Yeah, that's confusing. Jesus. That just made it more complicated.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be heard?
Yes.
I deeply appreciate the court's additional clarifying language. I would simply ask for one very simple amendment, and that is at the top of the verdict slip, it says the two words, "not guilty." We would ask that the verdict slip read, "not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense." That's it. And I think that and the court's clarifying instruction would satisfy the defense. That's all I think. I know it will. That's all we ask.
All right.
I can repeat that if the court wishes.
A lot calmer.
So there are some like minor changes we have to make to the verdict slip anyway. Just, it has to be consistent. So the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, the tab needs to, actually, Tori. So there needs to be some physical changes on the verdict slip. Anyway, it needs to be indented. There needs to be a colon after guilty of offense charged. It's not complete. It doesn't have under the influence of liquor. It just says under the influence. So there are some minor changes that need to be made to the verdict slip. Does the Commonwealth oppose the suggestion made by Mr. Jackson, which seems like a reasonable one?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so it will be not guilty. So tell me again how you want it.
Sure.
You want
not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
Yeah,
I think the clarifying language that I proposed is important.
Yes, he was doing.
I appreciate that. I think with that amendment to the slip and the clarifying language, I think coupling those up is exactly what the defense was asking for. I appreciate that.
So I need to clean. I'd like to send in a written copy of what I just read. I have a couple of things bolded. I need to fix this up a little bit. I mean, it was just done quickly. The jury's been waiting. Why don't we bring them in? And I will tell them that a new verdict slip will come into them. How's that? I do, though, have to make a finding that the verdict slip as is was proper. All right, so we'll just leave it at that. I'll make the amendment that you want, but that's my finding.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just from a logistics standpoint, once the new verdict slip is prepared and ready,
we all need to see it.
I was just going to ask, do we have that email to us or something?
Yeah, we all need to see it. I will work with Tori. All right. Can we bring the jurors in, please? Oh, I'm sorry. What suggested language on the cert report?
Wow.
But I'm sorry, Judge.
Any suggested language on their question?
No, I think the court's correct that in terms of the cert report request, the court's answer is right on point, which is you are directed to you're directed to review the evidence that's in front of you, and that's it.
I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We will not give you anything. Okay.
She's not happy with that.
Rise for the jury.
Karen Reed's not very happy with that. Interesting.
You see it?
All right, so jurors, We're in receipt of your question. Can we request the CERT report detailing the search performed? I take this as a request, and the answer is that you folks, you have all the evidence in the case. So what you have is the evidence in the case. You won't be receiving any additional evidence. But as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict as to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. So, the lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and has failed to prove all the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2. So I'm going to send in a new verdict slip on count 2 that's just a little bit different, and we have to sort of change we have to indent something and change the spacing a little bit to make it a little bit clearer for you. Okay, so we'll get that into you in the next 10 minutes. All right, thank you all very much.
He doesn't seem happy.
Cold beer recess.
Jeez. Yeah, they're not very happy about that. Yeah. Uh-oh. You know, the fact that we are on, I don't know, we got to be 5 or 6 hours in. I'll look for the exact time. I thought if they were going to go innocent of everything, that it would have been fast. So now I'm a little bit uncomfortable. So what could the CERT team add to this? I killed him, I killed him, I killed him. Do you think? Or were they giving, Did they give any indication as to whether or not she seems sober or not? Very, very interesting. What do you guys think? Yipes. Let's see here. Okay, that isn't what I want to watch, what we started with. I'm going to see if I can find. See what else I can find. Or I can do this. I think I'll do it this way. It's safer. What are they doing there? Yeah, that's family. And then behind it seems to be, Brian Albert and Jen McCabe. So this is closing arguments. I'll zip through. Why? Why are you sitting there? I guess they went in with, I know, the McCabes. Went in with, I don't know how comfortable I would be at this point with them sitting behind me. Yeah. Let's just zip through some of this. It was a little surprising, to be sure. Oh, are we going to start looking at the fan again? Oh, yeah, you evil wench. We know all about you. Look at her back there. Oh, there's Colin there, too. I didn't see him. Look at her. What a freak. Look at that. Jesus. Oh, she's creepy. Stepford much? Yeah, that seems to have stopped.
Courtesy to the closing. And in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Closing arguments from yesterday.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data, look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monotonic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Read was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Read's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30. And John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she'd left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, "I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers." Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me. A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jen McCabe admitted, I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day, at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds, maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion of the Commonwealth's experts, we're left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m.? Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turned to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, question was answered, and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You can see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. We can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Kenton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. A magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. While he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There is no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor. And he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lank, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note.
And say the verdict slips in order?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, and we appreciate the call.
Okay, does the Commonwealth say the verdict slips in order?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so the verdict slip will go in. Officer Delano, I'll let you do what you're doing. All right, so the verdict slip will go into the jury. I instruct you or Officer Leiden to remove verdict slip for count number 2 from the jury, have the jurors fold it, put it in an envelope and seal it. And we'll bring that in and we'll mark that for identification. I'm also going to send in a transcript of the supplemental instruction I gave this morning. May we mark that? Madam Court Reporter, please. I have copies for counsel if you'd like. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll be in recess. And you'll remember that the jurors were instructed that we won't take any questions or verdict during 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Okay.
I missed that last one.
The jurors were instructed in the instructions I gave yesterday that we will not take a verdict or a question from 1 to 2. So everybody's free to go for lunch.
All rise for the court, please.
Lunch break. Let's go over here. We'll continue on.
Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about. Those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara? Unidentified troopers in Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence, and now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner, who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rentschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, a whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
5 minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued, he got hit, punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object. And he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth. And I did that because that's what this case is about, top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling. It's not a whim. It's unflinching. It's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you, not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that, which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Good job.
All right, Mr.
Okay. Oh, Lally's up right away. I thought we had a break. Here we go. Times Lally.
And observe
Allegedly.
those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened, and the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him, repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what? And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, I hit him. You heard testimony from Officer Saraf, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this. This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29th, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony are concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. And I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a three-card monitoring. The facts and the evidence in this case are your card, they're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement, look at this person, look at that person, look at text messages, look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the three indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide. Using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you and ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that the Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence. No evidence whatsoever. Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy. There is no cover-up. There is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story for his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering, stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point in which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a straw. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:51 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. The drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Ms. McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe. Speaks with him regarding directions, or going over which way to come in Chapman Street over Cedar Crest as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV, from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. The movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota Tech Street, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that 3-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail. So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62.5 feet, the defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42, Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. You recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55, the defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59, the defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637, it sounded like this.
"John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert."
But somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where he was. She had driven him there, she had struck him there, she had left him to die there. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone." 1:09 a.m., the defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
"John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself."
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m., the defendant calls and speaks. The calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m., the defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a cloud. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves 1 Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling 911, something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent, calling your parents, and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from a brain injury and a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. 5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfront. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., The defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was. She had hit him and left him there the night before. She had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, return to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with the vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road.
Oh, lolly. The guy with the bad windshield wipers. This is what you got?
In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant sitting in the back seat of the vehicle knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. The defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. We circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. You heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Miss Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. Defendant shows up at the house. Abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dayton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. You've heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. The defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dayton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say that? You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25.
Feel like a chase, you guys? Let's watch a chase while we're waiting, is my thoughts. Let's watch it. And down here, back up.
An hour, and I believe that's going to be Imperial. I do know this neighborhood, and continuing on, we're going to be heading westbound now on Imperial. Still, same type of erratic driving, wrong side of the road, passing a lot of stopped vehicles, blending into traffic. Looks like we're going to be getting onto the 105. This is personally just between you and I and the fence post and whoever else might be listening. I do not like this because we're getting onto the 105 freeway. This is going to get us into LAX's airspace, and this is going to make it difficult for us to track it. Hopefully, it picks up the 110, goes north or southbound, but right now you can see a lot of traffic on that 105 freeway. Making our way westbound, slowing down, but it's not going to get any better. The traffic is going to be tough out here. We still have that opportunity to get on the 110 freeway. Hopefully that's going to be his choice, because the closer we get to LAX, the more the chances are we are going to be able to, we will not be able to keep following it. I'm getting information that we are live on YouTube. We're live on YouTube. Imagine
yes,
that,
you
guys.
are.
Imagine that. I wish I could read along with you, because this is one of those pursuits that, as long as they're on the freeway, I probably could have
get a break from Lolly before we all end up
check out what's going on.
blowing up our
notification
electronics.
that we are live on YouTube, because that would be great. But I don't. Let me see if I can open up the YouTube while I'm doing this, just to get an idea what you guys are interested in. Besides the chase itself, you can see we're still the speeds are slowed down because there's a lot of traffic. Imagine that traffic in Los Angeles. I know. It wants me to review something.
Fairly cautious. I don't know.
There we go. We're live on YouTube. I don't know if the the comments are disabled or something, because I got no comments. No comments. Oh, that's a shame. At any rate, we're continuing on right now. This is LA traffic. If you guys are not in LA, you're going to kind of go, yeah, well, you know, why isn't this guy speeding up? What's going on here? Must be a busy day. No, this is every day out here. And if you are out here, you're probably doing, how's he making this great time on the 105 at this time of the afternoon?
Whoa, buddy.
Well, this afternoon, early afternoon. Keeping on there, got into a little bit of an opening spot. I'm not going to lose them, I promise. I just kind of want to figure out where we are. Yeah, you can see it right there. You're going to have that choice of the 110 freeway. So we're going to see where he goes.
Oh, buddy.
Get out of your way when you're making these moves like that. But getting into a lot of traffic, continuing on out here. And it's just going to get worse. It's just going to get worse as we get past the 110. Hopefully, he decides to take the 110. Over. Looks like we're going to stay on the 105 West, which is not good news for all our pursuit watchers and myself. Oh, thank you. Good move there. Good move. All right, looks like we are taking the 110. And which way is going to be the big question right now? Looks like we're going to pick up northbound. Getting into the downtown area, that might work as well. But
just what you need downtown.
Stay on the freeways. As long as we're in that LAX area, this is kind of one of those interesting things. If you're not from around here, you know, the helicopter, we don't have free range. We are not allowed just to go and do what we want, go where we want. We did in the old days, but things have changed, and now we are technically in LAX's airspace. So we can follow this vehicle northbound on the 110. I'm sure Jeff is making calls right now, and LAX is probably busy, and they don't want to talk to us. And they're going to say, oh, there's police activity and blah, 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 blah. Hopefully we won't lose them. We're going to keep the best eye as we can on them. We do have a lot of good toys.
Oh, my God, look at that.
You know, the operator, me, might not be that up on things. But we're going to keep an eye on them the best we can. We're making our way northbound on the 110
I would not want to
freeway,
drive on that on a good day.
Hopefully, we're going to be able to get into the rotation and be able to follow them on that northbound 110. They had a big, just kind of bump into that tanker truck right there. That's a good deal. I'm not sure what's holding us, but I can have a feeling it's going to be the LAX tower. I want to talk to Jeff, but I'm sure he's busy. Jeff being my pilot today. It's not just an imaginary friend of mine. But you can see it right there, and as long as we can keep eyes on them, we're going to keep eyes on them.
Am I behind?
Hopefully up. It looks like the media has been allowed to head in. We're going to try to station as it would be, and making his way there on the side of, on the emergency lane. Hopefully he doesn't get off on Manchester. I have a feeling he will. I don't know where that CHP motorcycle is going to go to help pull him over. Maybe just command presence. Maybe that's all they needed. Maybe he just needed to see some flashing lights to say,
right, Karen?
Hey, we're chasing you. So at any rate, we're keeping on, and it looks like we're going to be getting off at Manchester, which is not good news for us following this pursuit in the helicopter, losing him behind that sound wall, doing what we can. But he has to pop out right there, so we'll keep an eye over there. No, that is not him. That is him right there. Of course, behind the tree. I'm surprised it didn't come to an end right there. Looks like we're making a little bit of a left turn, heading back down towards LAX. Maybe he knows. Maybe he just wants to get back on the northbound so he can get closer to us. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see what he does here. Is he getting back on the northbound? Yeah, he is. Get him northbound, Jeff. But taking a look, making that turn right there. If anybody's a stringer out here in the Los Angeles area, that's where a lot of the stringers hang out, right there in Manchester and the 110 freeway. That is a place where they all hang out. Oh, yep. What are you doing there, buddy? Yep. Welcome to Los Angeles. All right, kind of blending into the traffic.
Yeah, look at they all look the
getting
same.
into the carpool lane. That's a pretty big fine. That's actually the fast track out there. Trust me, if you guys get into the fast track lane and you get a ticket, pay it, because they'll hit you up for like $5 or something around there. And then if you don't pay it, it's going to turn into $200 or $300. And when you go register your car, you're going to be like, "Why is my registration like $1,000?" Take a look at those numbers, though. That Audi picking up well into the triple digits right now, and I'm not talking about the heat. I'm talking about the drive. Just dropped it's just staying there. It's just staying there. Now we're making our way southbound on the 110 freeway. Coming back out to the 105. Not sure where this person wants to go, but wherever it is, they're in control right now. We're just going to follow along. Again, if you're just joining us and you're wondering what is this all about, that vehicle right there was involved in a felony stop in the Orange County area. When that felony stop happened, the driver got out, was, complying to the commands of the officers. The driver out in cuffs somewhere. The passenger got inside that vehicle,
No.
switched sides, clearly. You don't drive from the passenger seat. Maybe it is. That's
The
pretty amazing.
passenger got
I
in and
understand
took
it's a
off.
she, actually, too. I heard that somewhere. That
Oh my
it was,
God.
I heard the pronoun she. At any rate, got out and then took over the car, and the pursuit was on, mostly on the freeways. You can see it right there. We're making our way back onto that westbound 105, and again, this is going to be one of those interesting ones. And making your way out to LAX, if you think you can go to LAX and park the car and blend into give it a shot. We're not going to be able to watch you. But I can guarantee you will be watched. Go to a place like an airport, like an international airport. They've got cameras everywhere. Trust me, brother. So
wonder if he's listening.
they'll and they have their own law enforcement over there. And believe me, a chase probably something they want to do. So we're going to keep an eye on it again. We're making our way out towards the Hawthorne area right now. It says Inglewood, but I'm telling you, Hawthorne is the area. Whoop, doop, 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 doop. Yep. Then we're going to go. Stuck. Anyways.
What's going on?
Keeping an eye on it, that's for sure. I'm going to grab a drink of black iced tea lemonade, and we're just going to have a moment of silence
Look,
here while
they
we
all
watch
look
the
the
car in
same.
traffic.
Oh, that car's got a sunroof, though. What the hell?
All right. Back with you once again. Continuing on, we're going to be going by Hawthorne Airport here in just a few moments. You know what? I'm not sure. Maybe get on Crenshaw. Hopefully they'll go south on Crenshaw. That'll be the one to do. I like that guy. He's like, "What are you doing?" And getting into the carpool lane. There you go. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe the passenger's got a flight to catch. You got to get to TSA 2-3 hours early. Who knows? But what I can tell you, though, is at least the speeds are a little bit slower. Still an accident at 60 miles an hour. It's still not going to be it's not going to be good. Hopefully everybody's going to be okay. But
so the driver got pulled
erratic
over
driving, that seems
and was
to be
getting
the
cuffed.
staple of this.
And the passenger moved to the driver's
side
and took off.
Why is there nobody behind it? Why is there no law enforcement behind it? Well, one big reason would be because of the speeds, because of how dangerous it is, because of the traffic, because they can't get there. That CHP motorcycle, God bless him, he tried to keep up as long as he could. He was doing a great job,
Jesus.
but he wasn't going to be able to pull this guy over. But now in heavy traffic, this is on the 105 freeway, making our way westbound out towards LAX. I have a feeling Crenshaw is going to be the next off-ramp, but it says so right there, Stu. But I'm not looking at that. Just letting you guys know.
Yep.
I have to actually look
Exactly,
at that
Ruthie.
monitor. My monitor has no information on it at all.
busy.
I got a little crosshair. That's all I got. So, at any rate, maybe, probably not. I would have ventured to say if he was going to, not taking Crenshaw. So, not sure where we're going to wind up. We're going to go as far as we can. We're going to stay with it the best we can and see where this all goes. But again, 105 freeway westbound and slow and go in traffic. These are difficult for law enforcement as well. There's a lot of the law enforcement in the aircraft. They want their brethren down there on the ground. They want to bring this thing to an end. They are calling out this stuff not just for their own health. They want everybody to know their guys and gals on the ground where this is, what's going on, how's it happening. But hang on.
I think they get back in about 10
at any
minutes
rate,
back to
they want this
deliberating.
thing to come to an end. So they're probably making some phone calls. Look at this guy. He's like, I can go faster than you.
Oh,
I can go faster
seriously,
than
look at
you.
that.
I got a BMW. You just have an Audi. That's LA for you right there. That really that summed it up. That summed it up.
That looks like one of those
All right.
flying
Well,
cars
it's
we've seen.
continuing on. Speeds are 75, 80 miles an hour. We're going to continue. You know, the 105 comes to an end. If you guys don't know, Imperial Highway is what it turns into. It dumps in onto the ocean. Well, not into the ocean. You know what I mean. It goes to the beach, basically. So maybe that's the plan, but I don't know why. I just don't, you kind of think that somebody that's driving this erratically at these speeds that continues in a general direction would have a destination in mind. Sadly, we can't hear their GPS or they're talking to them, stay in the center lane, But it's just interesting to see other people.
Oh, that's what you want, new
passing a vehicle
drivers.
that
Stay
is
still,
in
buddy.
pursuit.
I'm assuming that's what that red thing is in the
So I'm
window.
starting to wonder, are we looking at the right car? I think we are. At any rate, it's
Oh,
continuing
Jesus.
on. Oh, the Mustang's
Yeah.
not going to let that guy pass him. No. Well, center lane's not really good. If he makes his way over to the right, I'm going to really start getting worried because we're probably passed over the 405 already. So we're definitely going to be in the LAX area right now. And it is keeping on. And I'm getting news that Moy says we're live on our Facebook group as well, which is awesome. And just checking my text right now because I can't read any of your messages. It's sad. It's very sad. I'm sad. You don't want me sad. Nobody wants me sad.
No, we want to hear you work, buddy. Keep going.
And I don't have enough internet right now to follow along. It's sad. And it's just more sad. Oh, now I have to watch a commercial.
Oh, Lord.
We'll join this back in a minute or two. He's hanging on that right. You see that Sepulveda Boulevard? I think that's probably what he's going to wind up taking. I don't want him to take it. Please don't take it. And if you do take it, go south. Please go south. Please go south. Please.
Yeah, definitely not high speed.
You know what? Maybe it's everybody watching right there going, no, don't get off on Sepulveda. Don't get off on Sepulveda. It's all of our positive vibes, keeping it on the 105. You see, now it's turning into the one. Maybe we're going to pick up Pacific Coast Highway here in a minute or two. So at any rate, I want to see the pursuit. I want to see if the who's Clark? Did somebody just call me a joker? My goodness, you guys, this is a tough room, guys. What do you want me to do? You want me to be more golf? You don't like the way I report? Should I just be like, no, now he's in the middle lane.
Chasing that white car, allegedly.
Miles an hour, so he's
it's
just
a slow
little bit
speed
below
chase.
the speed limit. But he's continuing on the westbound 105 freeway. We're going to be exiting here at Imperial Highway in just a moment. I don't see any blinkers on, so he's not indicating where he might want to go. Just continuing on the.
I can't believe how much all of these vehicles look alike. It blows me away.
I wonder. Okay. Anyways, man, I just can't. Look at that.
Okay.
Southbound. I like it. I don't like the slowness. I don't like the U-turn. I don't like that either. All right. Coming back the other way, picking up those speeds once again. Who knows? Who knows where this guy is going? Continue. You know what? Let's take advantage of it. Let's see what we can see inside. I heard him say female.
I could see it.
Somebody's probably like, "Hey, Stu, why don't you get a better focus?" Well, you know what that is. That's all I got, brother or sister. I don't know who's complaining. Anyway, I saw them drinking something too. Maybe they got a little cottonmouth also. Maybe they got their own feed going on. Maybe they are doing like a Facebook Live. I love you all too. I just looked down and somebody said that they love us. You know what? It is what it is. We don't want to see anybody get hurt. There's no doubt about that. But following the chase is following the chase. What can we do, right? What?
Oh,
Where?
oh,
Where are we live?
there we go.
Oh, we're on television now. Okay, I gotta tighten up the necktie and bring it down a notch or two. If we are really on live now on Fox on digital, this is a pursuit of that vehicle. It's an Audi. This is all pretty interesting. This started out as a felony stop in the Orange County area. The driver in custody. The driver got out in cuffs. They took him into custody. It was all taken care of. It was all done. The passenger apparently, I don't know, slid across. I know details matter, but got out of the vehicle somehow or got into that driver's seat and it took off, and it's been a pursuit ever since. Been on a lot of the freeways out here, staying a little bit wide because I don't know where they went, and that upsets me. Going a little bit wider just in case they turn. Don't know where he went. Don't know where he went, and I don't think we can go any closer. Where did he go? Maybe he's underneath the car, underneath the overpass, catching his breath.
Maybe you lost
Jeff,
him.
do you have me on? Can't go any farther?
Uh-oh.
He's hiding under the underpass. Okay, so we do have confirmation right now that he's hiding under the underpass. Now, this is one of those things where on the 405, I didn't see him get on the 405. I didn't see anybody leave.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I didn't see anybody leave.
They lost him or her.
All right, so now we're trying to figure out, you guys watched it. I don't know if anybody was like, yeah, we did see him leave, Stu. I didn't see him leave. Saw him get underneath that underpass, and then that's where it came to a stop. Everybody else is kind of hanging. Eastbound Imperial, okay, eastbound Imperial. Let's see if we can find him.
Oh, I think so. I think that's. Is that not?
Did they say where on eastbound Imperial?
That
From the 405.
Maybe not. I thought it looked like that car in front of the lights.
So it means it must be like somewhere right in here. Is that him? North 405. North 405 from the 105. Are they just shouting out things? You know what? If he's north on the 405, do you want to just do the transition and get on the other side? What happened?
What happened? What happened?
He's in a carpool lane. Okay, that helps.
Carpool lane. Yeah, this is live, Mal.
If you see him do something, or if you're hearing something, let me know.
Like, how would you even tell? Look, they all look alike.
That's the skid, by the way.
Oh, look at that. Look at that plane.
All right, so what's happening right now is we have to wait till we can cross the runways. We're going to try to pick it up on the other side. I'm trying to get an idea where this thing is.
Yeah, all we know is that it's a
Okay,
white car.
but I appreciate that.
Don't even know if it's male or female. Look at that plane. That's too cool.
We're just crossing LAX now.
Don't play bumper planes. That wouldn't work out well for you.
You first.
Like, how the hell would you even tell? Look at all those freaking vehicles.
Okay, copy.
Most bizarre. Great cameras.
Then why is everybody going north if you're saying that he's at Florence? He's right here. Yeah, I figured that out. Thank you. Let's see. All right, so that's Florence.
Yeah, it is smoggy, Carrie.
All right, I got the shadow. You saw the shadow right there. I don't think that's him. That's a Mercedes. Or maybe that is him. Is that him?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think the sunroof was right in the middle of the back. I don't think it took up the whole car like that.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's where I'm looking. I don't think that's him.
I don't either. What about that one down there? No.
Where? Oh my gosh.
Look at all those vehicles. Oh, good God. How to make yourself feel like an ant. Like just a little speck on a, not even a speck on a map.
Hey, Jeff, where's the sheriff ship?
Was
Right
it
out my
pretty long,
window?
Carrie? I thought it was.
12 o'clock. Okay, so he's still this way.
You could definitely be right. I thought it was in the middle of the vehicle. Or the roof, I guess, right?
Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes is out my door. Jeff says the sheriff ship's 12 o'clock.
The sheriff's ship. Nice.
All right, I got to find this guy.
That would help. Makes the chase more interesting, that's for sure. There's a cop car pulled over there, which would be, that would mean something to me. Watch that cop car, because when it goes, I do believe that means that, oh, what's that? What's that? That could be it. Well, hello, P9. Good to see you.
Hey, Jeff. I just need to find the sheriff's ship.
The sheriff's ship.
All right. I just heard it's on flight radar. It's north of the 90.
North of the 90.
Yeah. So I don't know what.
I've been thinking about you. I'm really glad you popped in. Oh, have you? Nice. Well, I'm glad everything's going well for you.
There he is. Got him. Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, so this is where he is. So that means, is that her? Was that her the whole time? Maybe we did have it earlier on. Wow. Rusty. I have a feeling that's it. Do you think that's it? Anybody? Anybody? I mean, how many white Audi SUVs are there? You think so? You think that's it? I think that's just an Audi driver. You know what? I have a feeling they're watching our feed because they were driving all normal till we got them, and then all of a sudden they started driving crazy. They were just waiting for us to catch up to them.
Yeah, I think that could be it. More so than the other one.
Hey, you know what? If you're watching right now, just wave out the window. Put the window down. Just roll down the window a little bit.
Yeah, roll down the window if you're listening.
Oh, that was ugly. There we go. Hey, Melissa. Melissa,
That's
you're
exactly
out there.
Mexi.
The reason why I keep the map up is so I can be able to read off ramps and things like that. California Highway Patrol, you know that guy was just like, really, really, why can't I chase you?
Mm-hmm.
Which also kind of brings me up to another question that I need to talk to my pilot, Jeff, about.
Whoa.
We've been flying for a few minutes. Just in case you guys didn't know, we were on another pursuit that was up in Victorville. And again, that's one of the ones that if you don't know if you don't know LA, then I'm just throwing out names. We were up in Victorville. And so we've been flying for quite some time.
I hope you have lots
I'm
of
happy
fun
to.
still.
Oh, really? Let me bring up the IFP. Hey, Michelle. Yes, I do.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm not. I don't talk on their air.
So good, Chaz.
Nope. And I don't think you will.
Just a boogie
I
when
still
she
think we should
can.
do something with it.
I
but,
think it might be a woman.
But we're only going to be here for about another 15 minutes, and then we got to go in for fuel. Copy all. All right, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I've driven Sepulveda. I know what it's like. No, I wouldn't do that.
Oh my God. People are pulled over.
I don't know why that Fox Live Now thing is always trouble for me. Does Stu have an Instagram? Yes, I do. It's Stu_Mundell, Mundel. Oh, get out of the way. Jeez, oh, Pete.
No, you haven't been fired. I just didn't know if you're coming around anymore. Would you like your wrench back?
Oh, we got a TFR on top of it? Are you kidding me? Oh, this is painful. I spent all this time trying to find it. I used all my health and hit points. So if you guys are still with me, which I don't blame you if you aren't, this is the deal.
There you go.
We have a TFR. Our vice president lives out here. Our vice president is in town.
There you go, my
I saw
friend.
him. I don't know where they're going.
Welcome
Oh my gosh. Are we playing this game again? Yeah, we are.
Look at that. Like, oh my God. Holy shite. Never in a million years would I want to live in that mess. Just, are you kidding me? We could fit the population of our area in one block.
Eastbound Olympic. Are you sure it's eastbound on Olympic? Because that
It would carry. No, thank you. I mean, even Canadian cities, let alone that, but geez. I avoid cities like the plague.
Oh my gosh.
So this one, the driver of this vehicle got pulled over.
Northbound 405. That's what you
got
heard?
arrested, and the passenger jumped into the driver's seat and put on a chase. So now they're trying to find the passenger who is
Eastbound
now
what?
the driver,
Okay.
and possibly a woman. Did he lose it again? I still think it's a woman in my mind, just some of the driving. Not knocking women drivers because some of us are great,
My
just like
gosh.
me. Some of them are okay. Oh my God, did you guys lose them again?
Eastbound Santa Monica?
Lose her, lose the vehicle.
What? Not right?
Oh, I would be too, Carrie. No, thank you.
What about the sheriffs?
Oh, there's a cop car. Is it chasing or is it just doing
I'm
rounds?
looking too.
No, 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 no.
Where'd the black and white go?
Yes. Jesus Lord. Stop losing the criminal. I appreciate you doing this, though, at the same
Are you sure? That sounds like old information. Where'd you get that?
Oh, shit. Over here now.
North or south? Olympic and Sepulveda. North or south?
There's a cop car.
Oh, these buildings.
That happens in cities. Making me dizzy, camera guy.
Southbound Sawtelle. That
These buildings.
north of the tracks. Did he go past the tracks? And Sawtelle goes underneath the. I'm going to lose it.
You're gonna. What about your viewers? We're gonna lose it.
Yep, there they are. There they are. There they are. There they are. All right.
Got him?
If I can't see them because they're underneath the freeway, but if they didn't make a turn, they're going to come out here. They should be here now. There they are.
There we go. Boom.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that's a laugh. I like it.
And I'll help you find contact lenses too if you need me. And needles, especially if they're in haystacks. As long as they aren't those drug needles. Yeah, just kind of work your way through there. Yeah, it's okay. Everybody can wait. Yep. Nope. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Okay, just getting through. And there we go.
Me too, Ruthie. Giddy up. It is, Dan.
That's what I say.
He is hilarious.
Oh, I don't have any internet. Look at that. Look at that. Hello, CHP. That must be so painful.
Looky. CHP.
I just want to scuff up that white paint job. Put some pit maneuver marks on that bumper. Jeff, do you have it just out of curiosity? All right, made a west. Yep. On Venice. Also known as the 187. There we go. Gonna probably listen to some Doors, open up that sunroof.
Go to a parking
Of course, gonna
garage.
stop under a tree. Let's see if I can't lose them this time. Oh, look at that. My sarcasm made the day.
Gonna lose him, buddy. The cops must lay behind it quite a bit. Just keep everything safe. Lordy, as safe as can be.
I don't know. I have to ask my pilot. How long do we have to land for fuel? Out of the break maybe, but it's gonna have to be quick because we're probably gonna go into Santa Monica. That right? That's our plan. Yeah, I think we need to at least hang out and get the termination of this. Look at that.
Jeez. I hear you, Lizzie. That's how we feel about it too.
Okay, thank you.
Reaching speeds of 10 miles an hour.
maybe they're running out of gas too. What are we on? Washington. Going on Washington. Gonna go down to Marina Del Rey. Up, making a U-turn. Must have heard me. Yeah. I'm wise to you now. Oh, what are we doing now? Oh, saw you can get behind a building, huh? Clever. You know that car's got GPS in there. Probably just looking at the GPS. Oh gosh, Stu. There you go.
Every time that car goes,
At any rate,
like,
if you guys are watching right now, believe me, I love the love. Thank you for hanging out for as long as you did. We got so much up against us. We've been flying literally for probably a little more than 2 hours. We're gonna have to get fuel. We got a live show also, and we're doing our thing. But yeah, we're gonna need to go in for fuel here shortly. And if I take my eyes off of this, I'm gonna lose it. So, all right, gonna go into Santa Monica. Yeah, we have to, because we got to stay close, because we're gonna have to get this. I mean, wherever it ends. I mean, we got to get a picture at least of the car and a cop car, unless everybody loses it, which I don't think is going to happen.
No.
He's making a U-turn. I saw the brake lights. Yep. Let's see. Made another U-turn. Ha ha! Oh, you are clever. You are clever. Nope, coming back this way again. Made another U-turn. What are you doing?
What the hell?
I'm telling you, they're watching us. They're watching us.
Jesus. Let's go under here and go in circles for a minute.
Anyway, everybody, love the love. Thanks for watching as long as we did. And putting up with my not being able to find it and finding it, and then not being able to find it and finding it.
Oh, check
anyway, if you want to follow me, it's Stu, S-T-U. Last name is Mundell, M-U-N-D-E-L. Always love the love.
Oh, there we go. Lost the stream, guys. Shit. So, yeah, that was fast. I will look around and see if I can find another feed for that. Let me check it out. Let's see here. You're okay, Lizzie. Let's see. You're okay. Oh, Lizzie. I'm going to have to turn off the volume for a second here, guys. I'm going to mute.
Minutes, and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure.
That's the information we have right now. It's not completely confirmed. I think it's fairly accurate. I've done this long enough, though, to know that, sometimes you get bits and pieces that it's not all absolutely correct. But that's what we believe at this point in time. That is correct. Loyola Marymount is right around the corner, and Jefferson will run you to Lincoln, and then from there you could take it all the way to PCH. You could take it all the way to the shoreline. It looked up. There we go. So back to the east, and what I've seen in a couple instances with this suspect, they've made a turn, and it appears that they're making the turn. I mean, who knows for sure, right? But it appears in some instances just to check to see if law enforcement is right behind them. The helicopter is overhead. The LA County Sheriff's helicopter is making orbits. Whether or not the suspect can see the helicopter, most of the time they stay behind them. That's unclear. they can't see us, especially through those dark windows, and you can see how far behind and high we are because we have separation issues. We need to be above law enforcement, and so because of that, okay, there's a CHP motor unit, and Marcel could hear the transmission. He monitors the scanner, so fantastic at doing that, and the motor unit was told not to engage. So that gives us an idea how they're treating this. They're not going to engage her.
Well, I'm glad we were able to get this back.
Yep.
Sucks not being able to see what goes on until they catch the bad guy. This is a good feed.
Yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, and thank goodness, because, I mean, on the freeway there, we were seeing on Sepulveda Boulevard, we had speeds right up to 90 miles an hour. So Sepulveda Boulevard has a lot of travel. The speed limit on Sepulveda is probably 45. I haven't driven it in quite some time to that area of like Culver City. But to be doing twice the speed limit and then to drive into oncoming traffic, boy, for a moment there, she got extremely desperate. And I think that that's what they're trying to avoid because they just, they want to get this woman into custody. We believe it's a female, once again. They want to get her into custody, but they certainly don't want to see anybody get hurt. And the safest way, it appears, to do that right now is to back off and just surveil from the air. But open up a little wide for a moment, Marcel. I want to show you the helicopter overhead, Giovanna. There's the LA County Sheriff's helicopter. And up ahead is the 405 freeway, and that goes southbound, and that puts us back into LAX's airspace, and you know how difficult that makes it for us. Okay. Call for a cross. Keep the nose pointed that way, please. Just keep climbing now. All right, slowly south. Like making a little, no, thinking about it. On a red light there.
They think it's a woman too. Unreal. Goes from the passenger side and takes off. Goes from the passenger side to the driver's side and takes off on the cops. Oh, Lee, what's going on with you? What's going on? Oh, yeah. Unreal.
Yeah, I know. It would surprise me. So just slow it up, slow it up. That's the street we're following, so. And we need to be tight because there's a lot of trees. They're west. And looks like once again a U-turn, huh?
Yep. Hey, James.
Go a little further that one if we can.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. What is this? Sepulveda's on? She? Sheriff's got to come up to 25.
Jesus. Pretty much, James. OJ 2.0. Sounds like OJ might be a woman this time, though.
Boy, so many vehicles look exactly like that one.
They do. They all look alike.
Yeah, and that sunroof helps.
I agree with him. The only thing I recognized was the sunroof.
Gonna slow down and make a run for it here or something? Open up a little bit. Why are they slowing? Is there a car in front of them? No. Are we on Sepulveda? Or is this...
Why is she slowing down? What's going on? Is she out of gas?
I know you keep calling her E. It's so hard.
Is she out of
Yeah,
fuel?
we're pretty good. We're, 45.
What was that all about? Let them catch up or something?
Open up for a
Interesting
second so I can find the vehicle. That's Sepulveda right there. All right, I got it. Yep, I got it.
Very interesting. Her driving techniques are a little, they're original. OJ with a slight twist. Not original. Rare. We'll just take our time. Going circles under underpasses. Stop for a couple seconds. Not in the best position right there. Oh, look at the size of that limo. Holy shite.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, there you go. She should P9 and keep waiting for it. Is that unmarked beside her? What the hell?
Are they talking? No.
What the hell? I agree, Lizzie. Okay. Another U-turn. Lizzie, you're fine. Holy girl. What is going on?
Careful this thing doesn't get right underneath us here.
Okay, did you behave now? There you go. Dinner time. You go, Jess. And around and around and around and around. She has gone loopy. No, you just had one. And one not long before that. It's all good. She seems to be P9. It's and in slow motion at times. I think we can hear the helicopter a little bit. I'm going to mute. We've got one of the neighbors is lawn or mowing his lawn, so I don't want to.
Oh, that was close. Don't hit the bus. That would hurt. I don't know. 20 minutes. I'll let you know. Well, we've been on this street 3 times now. And we turned around and gone around and around 3 times now. Okay. So there was an armed robbery, though. That's they're in suspect. Interesting. Okay. I mean, you can always send in somebody to relieve them if they want to keep them, but keep her at sight. They're not interested anymore. Maybe we could come out of the break and update this thing, Jay. I don't know if they're interested in that. We don't have to stay on it, but okay. Might be worth 1 minute update. I understand that the armed robbery suspect was the initial driver, and they've been taken into custody, supposedly. Yeah, Jay, why don't you get Newscopter going just in case we start to get a little low on fuel? Maybe. The helicopter back off already? Sheriff's helicopter depart? Cross the 405 yet? Past the 405? Tailgates or bumpers?
What is she doing now? What? What the hell? Is that a cop car? Yeah, it is strange. P9. Okay, must not be. Wonder if she's loaded on something. Undercover? Look at all those vehicles that look the same. The only thing I can tell, the only way I can tell the difference is that sunroof.
Try the pit maneuver.
Like, what? What? Yeah, she's making a worst getaway ever. This makes OJ seem like Steve McQueen in Bullet.
Not LA Sheriff or LA PD? Sheriff, so.
That's my thought.
Turn around again, come on.
It's just like, what the hell?
Oh, that is, man. They're following him.
Oh, so what the hell's going on with that
Interesting.
truck?
They're going to turn around and go back the other way and see. Was that person trying to follow me? That's exactly what they're doing. They want to see if that van's trying to follow them.
Good luck. Oh my God. Jeez. Lordy, lordy. Unreal. Maybe it's Lolly's sister driving. Explain a few things.
Yeah, why not? What, they just turned south? That changes everything because you're not going to be able to go south. So going down to 9, we'll have to take the 110 south. I doubt they're going to let you go south there.
What the
We're
heck?
going to have the sheriff's helicopter go south? Well, for now, let's see,
Look at how close they can zoom in. Like from the distance away, it blows me away.
Oh, there's a patrol car behind them, right?
Just putzing down the road again. Yeah, driving Miss Daisy. What the hell is she doing now? Oh, woman. If this is indeed a woman. Human.
At some point, we're going to have to go east of 110 and go south. I guess.
Good Lord.
They turn around and come back towards us.
The Fast and Not So Furious. Where are you going now? Really? That was your sneaky move? Whoa. Yeah, she makes OJ look like he was racing. Pedal to the metal was OJ. Unreal. She's got to be intoxicated. I just don't see another explanation for this really unusual chase. Still going the same direction. Oh, thanks, Mexi.
Where's the newscopter? We tell them to go south 110, I guess. Oh, I thought I heard them launch 5 ago.
I cannot get over.
We're going to run, I guess, go around the south side, try and pick them up, go to south 110.
Oh, switching
Well, let's see
lanes.
if what she does here. She continues down to the 105, but make a decision on if she gets on the 105 east or westbound, I guess.
Strangest chase ever. Silly human tricks. Must be before rush hour because it's, what, 3 there? Jury has 1 more hour. Is it noon in California? Where am I getting my, oh, what happened here? Give me a second. They lose their feed. Well, it just went blank. I'm not sure what that's all about, guys. The whole thing just is black. I'll give it a minute here to kick in. I'll see if I've got another feed anywhere else. Let's see.
All right, let's go back to the west, cross over 25. See if we can catch a vehicle coming at us.
I'm not sure what happened there, guys.
Anybody over them?
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, they're headed for fuel. I don't even know. They could have. The vehicle went down Crenshaw. We couldn't follow it, so we followed them as well as we could with the camera. Thought the vehicle got on the 105 west, so now we're headed west, like towards LAX. But we couldn't go south on Crenshaw. We've lost them.
We lost them.
Sheriff's helicopter, I think they bugged out. They're low on fuel.
Concrete jungle is right, Carrie. Holy shite. So you gotta think
Yeah,
she
we've lost the
knows.
vehicle.
You gotta think they know who she is at this point if they've arrested the boyfriend. So maybe just let her go and go arrest her once she thinks she's safe. Oh, no way could I live there.
And without that vehicle overhead, we're not going to get any updates, so we don't even know if they're still on the 105. That's not it. All right, Ken, Steph? Oh, thank you. Yeah, Marcel was doing a great job. It was just a tricky one. He said thank you. Bye-bye. Talk to you tomorrow. Is that it?
Well, that looks like it.
Good one. Round and round and round we go. Tell Newscopter to come across midfield if you would. Okay, he's on the South Harvey. Already called LAX.
So what? The cop chopper is done for now?
It is. No, it's him. Her. To her, supposedly.
Allegedly a her.
Okay, hold her right here. Tell them, depending on, ask them where they're at. Let me talk to them. Hey, Chad, where are you guys?
This guy isn't really the friendliest of all. Oh, now what?
Just on the 105. The vehicle's west 105 coming up on Sepulveda. Can hold right here.
I love how the vehicles go flying by her. Like, you know, this isn't really what you do during a chase, right? Okay. I don't know where you were watching your shows. Good Lord. Like, when they're going to drive like this, why don't they just drive straight to a cop shop? Because really, what a waste of resources, little girl.
That'd be it.
And if they got your guy, they probably got you. They're saying this is from an armed robbery, allegedly. The results of. Yeah, way too people-y for me. We got to have that many lanes to go one direction. I don't want to be there. Oh, for sure, P9, right? Just unreal. And then she does a chase at 5 miles an hour. And felony evasion. Wow. Mhm. Another circle? There we go.
Back on Imperial. Deja vu.
Right? She just keeps going round and round and round. Must be Lolly's sister. Or his wife. God forbid he's got a kid.
Newscopter Air 7. How far west are you guys now? 3 miles from LAX. What do you mean? Are you being Hawthorne?
Is that a cop?
No, the vehicle's on the 105, excuse me, on Imperial Highway, headed eastbound, coming up on Sepulveda Boulevard. So they might be pulling on Sepulveda here, but west of the 405. This is Sepulveda, right? Yeah.
What's she doing now?
Okay, the vehicle is just now stopped at the crosswalk on Imperial Highway, headed eastbound, the number 4 lane.
Like what?
Second from the far right, the white Audi
Just
with
sitting
the
there,
black
following the
sunroof is all blacked out.
Following the road signs again. And the lights.
All right, copy that. It's all yours. Let's get out of here. Balance.
Good Lord, woman. Just drive your little ass to a cop shop because you're busted, I'm sure. Oh my God. I do not understand her ways.
Yeah, copy that. We handed it off. We're headed back. Copy.
Alrighty. Now what? What you doing? I thought maybe he meant passing it on to another. Oh, yep. There we go. Let's see. Hmm. Well, it looks like this is what we have already. Right now. And still looking at the fan in the other. Good God. Still looking at the fan in the Karen Reed trial. I don't find this comfortable at all. I thought it would be a fast verdict. Unreal. Handed it off to the PD. $80. Oh, slowing down. Speeding up. 103. Wow. She gets flying and then she just pretty much stops. On the road again. So jury just passed their 8th hour of deliberations. And in about 45 minutes, they'll be done again for today. Ooh la, lady. And back she goes. Yeah, all the vehicles are white there, it seems. There's a lot of them. Or silver. So I guess if you want to be like a belly button, white's your color. In Canada, I just don't. We get so much snow that I get to be a little sketchy about white vehicles. And around and around and around we go. Good Lord. Bloop. What is this, residential? Slow down, lady. If you're in a residential. Well, I mean, if you're anywhere, obviously, but I worry about kids. And we're off. Oh, yeah, air conditioning does suck up the fuel. What's the speed limit usually in city centers? She's going to swing around and do another loop? Hell yeah. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. I haven't heard that forever. 35 to 30 to 35 miles per hour. Okay. She can't even be original. Come on. Oh, is that what you're thinking? Where are you going? Oh? Okay, interesting choice. She's going into oh, I thought maybe there was a car park there. Why would you just drive around? Oh, Lord, woman. Oh, okay, is that a car park? What? Oh, Lordy. Are you kidding me? Making really interesting choices right now. Okay. Huh. Just out for a stroll. Unreal. Good God, really? What was that all about, lady? Well, there was a random parking lot you could have driven around. Yeah, she has not watched enough movies to know what a vehicle can do, I think. Didn't your mama teach you how to drive faster? Come on, lady. I wonder if she was actually involved in this armed robbery or if it was the boyfriend. Oh, you stay careful there, wheelchair person. Got Mad Maxine driving. That could be it, looking for another one to steal. Who was squeaking? I'm not sure, Carrie. I don't think I heard it. Unless it was my attempt at singing. I could see that being mistaken for a squeak or a squeal. Oh, did the chinchillas make a squeak? And I didn't notice it? Yeah, they definitely make little squeaky sounds. They sound like it's just a normal noise for me, so I probably just didn't catch on. Yeah, they're pretty adorable little critters. Oh, getting zippy again. Yeah, they do sound like squeaky dog toys. Is she gonna stop again? Like, what is this? What? What is that? But she's done that quite a few times now. Just pretty much comes to a stop. Oh, no problem, Carrie. I'm just so used to the sound, I think I just didn't notice it. I've got 7 of them, so they tend to be a little bit chirpy. And, okay, this is the stuff. What? Oh. Interesting. That woman or man thought that that car was being polite. Thank you. Okay. So do you think she's running out of fuel or something? What the hell? Oh, not a good criminal. Definitely doesn't feel the need for speed. So would I, Pam. Here's the bird. Oh, okay. Speed up a little bit. And then I think I'll stop randomly. You're running out of brain cells. Oh. How long do electric vehicles run? How long do they usually hold a charge? That would be, do you just stop over at some random spot and plug in when you're going through a situation like this? I can't believe what we're watching. Still looking at the fan. She's helped us get away from the fan at least. 35 minutes, and the jurors will be finishing up. Oh, is it starting to rumble outside? We might get some rain here too, to be honest. I'm starting to notice it's getting overcast. I was supposed to throw a roast in this morning, and I just remembered. I think I'm late. I guess tomorrow. What are you doing, driver? The sun's out again? Nice. Jesus. What a crappy criminal. Just drive yourself in, lady. You're busted. I'm sure of it. She needs one of those airplane cars. Jeez. Okay. Oh, I like them too, Pam. Dogs, not so much. The only thing I can think of as to why they might not be stopping her is the fact that it's basically happening inside fairly busy areas. That's the only thing I can come up with because I don't know. Oh, there you go. That's what I've seen. The ones that have gotten away, Mexi, they've gone into those parking garages. They're going to get you with your DNA, of course. Oh, looky. Is that a cop there? Or no, another Yui. Yeah, that could be just waiting for her to run out of fuel. Oh, yucky. I can't do octopus, Carrie, but you love it. Can't do it. No. I love squid, but octopus is, oh God, no. You don't want that shite, Christy. You guys. Yuck. Might as well chew on a bunch of beef fat. Blech. Yeah, no. Might as well be eating beef fat. It's just I can't even. Bleh. Bleh. That's what I think about the whole octopus idea. Oofda. Oh, ew. No, not for me. Maybe for some, but not for me. Yeah, it's maybe for some, just not for me. First time for you? Good luck with that. You're eating it? Nope. Yeah, if it wiggles and jiggles and it's supposed to be any kind of, I don't want it. Yeah, you don't want to wrangle with that big buddy. Blech. Yeah, it does. It wiggles and jiggles. I did. I tried it. I'll always try once, but no. And I eat almost anything. No sea creatures for you, Dandy? I'm not fussy on shark, and I'm not fussy on... Oh, you don't want to play Frogger with those guys. Okay, you went underneath. I like squid. I've never tried conch. I didn't actually know you could... Is it conch or conch? Is it the same thing, or am I confused? Yeah, I like the calamari, like the squid, but you won't catch me. But yeah, all for other, like I said, all for other people. I like a lot of people don't like snails either, but I think those are quite yummy. Rattlesnake was yummy. Black bear, yummy. But yeah, with black bear, yeah, there can't be a dump bear, of course, but slowing down again there, or oh, is that it? 9, 10 kilometers. And where'd she go? She do a little loop-de-loop? Where the hell did you go, lady? No? Is that her? Maybe it is. Whoa! Look at that. It must be getting 100. What? Look at the speeds. I don't know where they are, Dandy. Did they lose him? Lose her? Him? Her? Yeah, moose is yummy. I think they lost her. Good spot to just leave the vehicle and go for a hoof. This has been a long one, considering. Oh, what was that? Isn't that something? Did we just see somebody walking under there? I do believe, but does that mean it's the bad guy? I don't know. That's very true. Some items are all about preparation. It was a pretty fancy, dancy restaurant I was in, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. What's going on there? Well, that didn't look like a girl, did it? I'm not sure why somebody would just randomly be walking around there, but okay, so what now? They're leaving? Okay, guys.
Session, you may be seated.
The jurors have indicated they want to go home, so they're coming over.
There you go. They want to go home, so they're not even doing a full day. I didn't expect that. I thought they would at least do a full day. Yeah, one of the jurors wanted to be out by 4. I remember that. So I thought they would stay till 4. Pretty beat red there, Lolly.
Please rise for the jury.
I don't know. She doesn't look as happy.
Seated for the session.
All right, jurors, you've been working hard today. I understand you want to go home, so we'll suspend for the day and we'll see you tomorrow morning ready to start right at 9. So please follow those same 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case,
No,
please disregard it. The whole case out of your mind until tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Jury up.
What's Turtle Boy doing back there with the fan? It's Turtle Boy in the bright shirt.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
All rise, please. We'll be in recess.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Holy. I'm going to
Hey there, Karen Reed.
look and see if I can find that chase again.
White SUV. It looks, do you know what model car? Maybe a Mercedes, maybe not. But this is a vehicle that the police are tracking. And this started in Costa Mesa.
Yeah, that's correct. The vehicle comes back stolen. Costa Mesa PD was on it for a while. Then it got onto the freeway. CHP was the primary for a while in South LA. The sheriff's department was on it. They take it back over to CHP, and CHP decided to back off with the patrol cars. There's no patrol cars behind the vehicle at this point in time, just an LA County Sheriff's helicopter overhead. The windows are tinted. It's an Audi Q5. Once again, came back as stolen. And at one point, eventually the 105 westbound is just going to come to a stop at the shoreline. We're basically just south of LAX right now. As we open up a little bit and give you a little perspective, you can see the runway there. You can see the airplanes, and we're just on the south side of LAX. Now, it's certainly challenging for us if the car goes northbound and crosses, say, on Sepulveda, if it had that chance, and went underneath the runways, we'd have a hard time following it. If it goes to the shoreline, we can take the shoreline route low level, and that's not a problem. But it looks like at this point in time, they're doing a U-turn on the 105 freeway, and basically now we're headed back eastbound. Looks like at least this individual slowed enough to make that turn, Giovanna, in a safe manner. So we haven't seen an extremely dangerous pursuit as of yet. But you know what happens a lot of times in these types of situations? The driver gets desperate, and as time goes on, we see more aggressive driving, and that's when these things get extremely dangerous.
You mentioned that one of the driver or the first driver stepped out of the car and was arrested. So I wonder if we can assume that we know the identity of this second driver, and perhaps they're trying to contact them or making contact, because I don't see, as you mentioned, there are no law enforcement patrol cars behind it.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. I mean, they have one person in custody. They obviously know that person who's taken into custody, knows who's with them. I mean, you got to be careful and not speculate too much. I mean, it's possible they didn't, but more than likely. And whether or not they're telling police who that individual is another story. Because the vehicle is stolen, it's not going to do them a lot of good to run the plates to really come back and try and get any information on the suspect. Now, we believe there's only one person in there, the driver, and that's a female. That's the information that we have. But when you have a vehicle that is blacked out like that on the windows, it can be really hard to tell for sure that maybe there's not somebody in the back seat, or there's not someone else in that vehicle. But those windows are tinted extremely darkly. That's not legal. That's a great shot. You see the LA County Sheriff's helicopter overhead. You can tint your windows to the passengers and behind that, but you can't tint the windows on the side or in the front of your vehicle for obvious reasons. You got to be able to see at night, and also law enforcement wants to be able to see inside the vehicle for their own safety. So we're on the 105 freeway headed eastbound, and it appears this is a transition to the 405 north. And as I mentioned earlier, that makes it a little tricky for us, because now we have to try and make a decision. We lost them there for a moment. I'm not certain. We have to make a decision on how we're going to continue to follow this, because we can't take the 405 freeway north. That would cross right in front of and right through the approach course to LAX, and that will not happen. So at least for the moment, it looks like we may have lost the vehicle. If we pick up the sheriff's helicopter, and it's interesting, it looks like the sheriff's helicopter may have lost them for a moment as well. Is that the vehicle? I don't believe so. So sometimes these things get tricky, Giovanna. You get into an area where there's a tunnel, and that area right there, we thought they were going to go on the 405 north. You see a patrol car there getting on the 405 south. The vehicle may have stopped underneath that or inside that tunnel. We're not sure.
Was that the sheriff's helicopter or the LAPD
Yes.
helicopter that sort of went south just a minute ago?
They're orbiting. We understand they're on the freeway. Did you hear north or south? That'll help us. We're trying to acquire. Okay, so to the right, Marcel. So at exit 45, that's got to be the next exit, probably El Segundo. So the vehicle is going to be right in this area, Giovanna, but it can be extremely difficult to pick them up once they go through a tunnel and you lose them for a moment. It looks like even the sheriff's helicopter went and lost on Imperial Highway now, I understand. It sounds like the vehicle's at Imperial Highway. So, Giovanna, it gets crazy because we get these radio calls. Oh, the vehicle's on the 405 South.
That was it, I think.
405 South.
And then we believe if we found them, and we believe there it is. Now, what happened was they stopped in that tunnel, and they fooled everybody for a moment. But now we have reacquired, and this, I believe, is going to be the 405 freeway. Jay, give me a moment. Give me a moment. This is going to be the transition to the 405 freeway northbound, if I'm not mistaken. So there for a minute it got chaotic, Giovanna. It can be difficult to track these sometimes. And as I mentioned earlier, now open up and give me a wide shot. Obviously not enough to lose it. But LAX is off to your left. That's the 405 north, and we can't fly northbound. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go up to Sepulveda. We got to climb to 2,500 feet, and we're going to cross over the runways and try and keep the vehicle in sight. There's a lot of heavy traffic on the 405. Is that not the vehicle?
No. It doesn't look like the same vehicle to me
not the
because this
vehicle.
one had a sunroof.
Interesting.
But
Okay,
I may not have noticed it in the previous vehicle. But what we do know, Scott, is that this started in Costa Mesa. It came back a stolen car as you try to locate the car, and we're looking at the interchange of the freeway there. And we understand it was driving at high speeds and some dangerous maneuvers and seemingly desperate to get away and avoid law enforcement. We have not seen law enforcement on the tail of this vehicle, but of course we're continuing to follow it and trying to find it. Scott, any luck yet?
We think it's right in here. That's the 405 freeway at Century. That's the last radio call we heard from the helicopter. 405 northbound at Century, and as I mentioned, it gets tough for us to track it. When they don't have a patrol car behind a white SUV, there are so many white SUVs, it gets really chaotic and difficult to track. So we know the vehicle's right in this area, and I think what we have to do is what I mentioned earlier. We need to try and cross. I'll get radio calls if the suspect gets off the 405, but we're going to climb, and we're going to cross right over top of LAX. We have to climb to 2,500 feet to do that. They'll give us a cross on Sepulveda, and then we'll be on the north side of the airport, and we should be able to track that vehicle coming at us. But as you can tell, now even the LA County Sheriff's helicopter cannot fly on the 405 northbound. There's just too many aircrafts coming in, landing at LAX, and they're landing towards the water. They're landing to the west. So that's the approach course. You may see an airplane fly right through there, and they just can't let the LA County Sheriff's helicopter fly through there. They have separation issues with aircrafts and helicopters, and right now with the suspect heading northbound, they didn't have any patrol cars right behind them, and because of that, whenever you get a chance, it's cross northbound, and because of that, they've lost them for the moment, and we have as well. It's so much easier to track, Giovanna, when there are multiple patrol cars right behind the vehicle.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it is a difficult situation. You know, the downside is there are a lot of cars on the road. The upside is that there are a lot of cars on the road because hopefully it will slow this this person down. But this is what we're talking about, what you were talking about, Scott, being right over the LAX flight pathway and how difficult it is to follow, you know, pursuits in this in these situations and in this area in particular.
It's nearly impossible to get away from a helicopter, but the helicopter can't fly here. And so this is one stretch of the freeway that you cannot have a patrol helicopter overhead. From time to time, if there's enough separation from the planes coming in, they'll let the helicopter, the LA County Sheriff's helicopter or law enforcement helicopter through. But this time of day, there's usually a lot of flights coming in. It's a little hazy. There's, visibility issues, and more than likely, they're not going to give them the cross. Now, we're getting 405 north at Manchester, so that shows us exactly where Manchester is. The sky map is so darn effective. It's such a great tool for us. So it's right in here somewhere, Giovanna. Maybe that's it.
No.
It doesn't look like it.
That's
that Mercedes that we saw that fooled us earlier, but it's right in this area.
Right. And again, you can't, you're not seeing the LAPD chopper because of the same situation that the same restrictions you're under.
Yeah, it's a CHP primary on this. LAPD is backed off. The county helicopter could not, it's behind a white tractor trailer in the right lane, if I'm not mistaken. So we're getting bits and pieces of information and trying to piece it together so that we can acquire. So now bring up, that's La Cienega right there, I believe, Marcel. Yeah. And so we can come off that at La Cienega, come off that, push in to see if we can find them. There's the white trailer, possibly the right semi.
And Scott, while you are looking, I want to welcome our viewers. I'm Giovanna Lotta. This is Eyewitness News at 11 a.m. We have been following a pursuit underway in the LA area, the West LA area. This is the 405 northbound. Scott Rife is in Air 7 over it. We had a visual of that vehicle. It was a white SUV, reported stolen from Costa Mesa.
Oh.
And at some point, the initial driver in that pursuit exited the car and was arrested. But then another woman reportedly jumped into the driver's side and then continued the pursuit. So we're trying to figure all of this out as Scott Rife is trying to once again locate that car. Any luck?
Yeah, Giovanna, I don't know if you just threw it to me. We're having a little bit of an issue with the IFB as well. And sometimes we go through locations where it's hard to hear. But, boy, that vehicle's got to be right in here somewhere. There's a Mercedes that has fooled us so many times and looked exactly like the vehicle. You see there, a white SUV, but that's not it. Just crossing underneath La Tijera, which would be back to the right. No, Marcel? Next to a white tractor trailer. Take SkyMap off, if you would, for a second. And center lane behind a white tractor trailer is the information we're getting. I think it's got to be La Tijera was back there. So it's got to be, boy, it's got to be right in here somewhere. Maybe that's the white tractor trailer there. It's still behind it, Jay, as far as you know, for the information you have. So, Giovanna, we're getting bits and pieces from the sheriff's department, and since they don't have a helicopter directly overhead, they're not getting the exact information. And then when it gets to us, it's like telephone. Well, we're really trying to piece it together as best we can and find this. But what's interesting about this pursuit, and we will find this vehicle here in a minute, is that there was a stolen vehicle out of Costa Mesa. There were 2 females in it, from what we understand. At some point in time in the Lakewood area, the driver got out, was taken into custody. Then the passenger jumped into the car and took off, and the pursuit's been ongoing since that time. That's a 405 freeway, and I think that is the 90 freeway interchange, if I'm not mistaken. And that vehicle's got to be right in here somewhere. Giovanna, it's a difficult find from time to time.
No, it's tough. There are a lot of cars out there, and as you pointed out very accurately, there are so many white cars on the road these days. It's a popular color. Lots of white SUVs.
Is that it right there?
No.
To the left?
It's like finding a needle in a haystack, really. Because as you also pointed out earlier, there are no patrol cars, following this vehicle. That could be it.
No.
Now that.
No, I don't think so. I think that's that Mercedes. It keeps fooling us, if I'm not mistaken.
Well.
Yeah, it looks just like it.
Yeah, but that one doesn't have a sunroof.
Far right lane, so that wasn't it. Yeah, it looked just like it, but there's some curved lines on the Q5 on the side of that Audi, and that should give it away when we get in tight. Now, there's a patrol car there on the shoulder. Once the vehicle crosses here, hopefully that'll give us a little heads up, and the patrol car will start to follow. But we understand it's in the right lane. Open up a little, Marcel, right there, and we'll just see if we can keep an eye on the same spot and then pick up that white Audi SUV. That is not it either. That looks like a Lexus possibly. But, boy, we know we're in the ballpark, and it should come through this area at any moment.
All right, Scott, we're going to let you continue to try to find this vehicle, and we're going to move on and check with you a little bit later in this newscast. Right now, we want to bring you a story about the largest illegal fireworks bust in California history. Eyewitness News reporter Sid Garcia is live in Gardena, and he has more details for us. Sid.
Well, there we go.
Lieutenant Christopher Cuff with Gardena PD giving us an update. But let's go ahead and.
We'll see. Let's see if I can find it again. I'm sure there's one out there, but I am not finding it. So guys, you know what? I think we'll just leave it there. We've got another big day coming tomorrow. And I am not finding anything on the channels I've got. Looks like I've got the chase, but a lot of them have ended. All right, guys, so let's leave it here. We had a long day. So we'll get back at this again tomorrow. So thank you very much for hanging out. I don't know how I feel about this now. A little bit more nervous than I was going into it. Let me see here. So yeah, guys, enjoy your evening. And don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and hit that bell because I do stream randomly. Okay, have a great night, guys. Bye.